I believe we only have a single entry in our junior kid Alpine class, so I need those intermediates and seniors up to ringside, please.
All right, this is our first class here in our Alpine Junior Does, starting with a really nice single entry here. Really appreciate the strength and substance of bone, that dairy strength that we're seeing with this kid today, a doe who's well deserving of a first place, and we will see her back in the lineup.
The winner of your junior kid class goes to Debbie Haberlin. We are now ready for our intermediate kids. I believe we have two entries for our intermediate Alpine kids. I'd like to welcome our judge today, Chelsea Sachs. She's been raising dairy goats for 27 years with her family in Middle Tennessee. She specializes in Alpines and La Manchas. Chelsea became a licensed judge in 2024 and has appreciated the opportunity to judge dairy goats across the country. We welcome our judge, Chelsea Sachs, today.
A nice pair of intermediate alpine junior does here, starting off the class with the doe here in one. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She tracks around the ring more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that barrel today than the doe in two. She does yield little levelness over that loin when she's on the move today to the doe here in two. The doe here in two, would like to commend her for that nice width in that rump today. Thank you.
In your intermediate alpine class, your winner goes to Caitlin Kreider, second to Debbie Haberlin. We are now ready for our senior alpine kids. I believe we have 2 entries.
All right, nice pair of senior alpine does here, starting off with the doe in one. She has the advantage today. In general appearance, she has less tendency to turn out on those front legs today than the doe in two. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, having more openness of ribbing today than the doe here in two. The doe in two, want to commend on that nice long lean neck she has.
In our senior alpine kid class, first place goes to Faith Hitch, second to Caitlin Kreider. We are now ready for our dry yearlings. I believe we have 2 entries. Just a reminder, if you had a first or second, please have those on standby because once dry yearlings are picked, we will be picking our junior champion.
All right, this is our class of Alpine dry yearling, starting off the class with the doe N1 today. She has the advantage in dairy strength, showing us a longer bone pattern throughout today than the doe N2. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today than the doe N2. The doe in 2 and 3 here, really close placing here, but the doe N2 has the advantage today in that body capacity. She's showing us more width into that chest floor than the doe in 3. And then in terms of general appearance, she's also showing us more levelness from hips to pins when she's on the move than the doe in 3. The doe in 3 really would come in for that nice pliable skin that she has. Thank you.
Dry yearling alpine class, first place goes to Debbie Haberlin, second to Caitlin Kreider, third to Mackenzie Nayhouse. We're now ready for our champion alpine. If we can get all of our first and seconds back in the ring, please. Currently in the ring, we have our drive for the champion junior alpine doe that has been exhibited today. These are the class winners and second places in their individual age groups. The judges evaluated them, and she will pick your junior champion and a reserve. After we pick our junior champion and reserve and verify tattoos, I believe we have one group class. As soon as the group class is complete, we will be moving into our Sonnenbreed. breed.
Like Ray just said, this is our lineup for our Alpine Junior Grand and Reserve. Really appreciate the dairy strength that we're seeing in this group today. It might not have had a whole lot of quantity, but a lot of quality out here today. For me, there's two really strong does that are really coming to the top here in terms of general appearance over some of the younger does here. So for me, it's between this senior kid and this dry yearling here for the Grand. And it's for that advantage today that we're seeing in that front end assembly in terms of general appearance. Our senior kid will be the Grand champion today. So we bring in the second place doe who is a very dairy type doe, maybe not showing us quite as much strength and general appearance as this dry yearling here at the head of the line. And it's for that strength and general appearance, particularly those feet and legs, that this dry yearling will be our reserve champion today. Congratulations.
Tattoos, check. So now we're ready for our junior get of sire class. I believe we have one entry, and then we will be starting with our Sonnen junior kids.
This is our class of junior get of sire, a really nice single entry here. Really appreciate the width we're seeing in these rumps today, and then that strength and dairy strength, particularly that nice openness of ribbing we're feeling on these does today. Those nice, long, elegant dairy necks, well deserving of a first place.
With your junior get of sire Alpine, first place goes to Caitlin Kreider. We are now ready to start with our Sonnens. We have two, I believe, two entries in our junior kid class.
This is our class of junior Sonnen does. A really nice pair of Sonnen junior does out here today. Starting off with the doe in one. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's more strength over that top line, particularly in that area of the chine today than the doe here in two. Then in terms of rear leg angulation, she tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those rear legs today, with more openness between the hocks than the doe in two. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, having more openness of ribbing than the doe into. Doe into. I want to commend for that nice depth of barrel we're seeing today. Thank you. So our class of intermediate son and juniors, starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more smoothness of blending overall, particularly that front end assembly to that neck today than the doe here in two. She also has a slight advantage today in dairy strength, showing us a little more substance of bone today than the doe here in two. The doe in two, I want to come in for that nice spring of rib she has.
We have a little catching up to do. Our son and junior kid class first goes to Michaela Cornett, second to Michaela Cornett. The intermediate kid class first to Michaela Cornett, second to Michaela Cornett. Now in our ring, we have our senior son and kids. Senior son and kids, we have three entries. This is our class of senior Sonnen kids, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance, showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs, particularly when viewed from the rear.
today than the doe here in 2. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth of heart, more width of that chest floor today than the doe in 2. The doe in 2 over the doe in 3. For her advantage in general appearance, she's a little more naturally uphill doe than the doe here in 3 today. And showing us more width between the hocks in terms of those rear legs today than the doe in 3. A little cleaner about the knees than the doe in 3. The doe in 3 want to come in for that nice, long, lean neck she has.
First place in your senior Sonnen Kid class goes to Shelly Wright. Second to Michaela Cornett. Third to Michaela Cornett. We are now ready for our Sonnen Dry Yearlings. In the ring now, we have our Sonnen Dry Yearlings. Once the class is complete, we will need first and second places back into the ring for our champion Sonnen.
A nice pair of does here in our dry yearling class for our son, and starting off with the doe here in 1 today. She has the advantage in general appearance. Uh, she's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when she's on the move, would be from the rear than the doe here in 2. She's also showing us more strength in that top line, particularly in the area of the chine when they're on the move than the doe here in 2 today. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, having a longer, leaner neck than the doe in 2. The doe in 2 want to come in for that nice width in that rump we're seeing today.
Winner of your dry yearling Sonnen class goes to Michaela Cornett. Second to Michaela Cornett. We are now ready for our Sonnen Junior Champion. If I can get all first and second places back into the ring, please.
This is our lineup for our Grand and Reserve Junior Son and Doe today. Starting off down here, this junior kid who's really sharp and angular. Really appreciate that nice long lean neck that she has. Moving up to our intermediate kid here, Doe, who's very striking in side profile. Really appreciate that strength over that top line that we're seeing today. A senior kid up here who is just really excelling at so many things, general appearance, body capacity, really nice dairy strength we're seeing on this doe. Really nice doe to see when she's on the move. And moving up here to our dry yearling doe, who's really powerful and deep while maintaining that nice dairy angularity. For me today, the doe who is most balanced in that scorecard is going to be this senior kid for that advantage that she has in particularly those feet and legs, that top line today. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place senior kid here, Doe, who really appreciate that nice openness of ribbing that we're seeing in here today. Doe, who's very nice and dairy strength. However, I think the kid out here who is most similar in type to that grand champion is going to be our intermediate kid. Again, like I said, Doe, who's so striking in that side profile. Really appreciate that strength that we're seeing over that top line. Really nice Doe when she's on the move. Congratulations.
As our tattoos are verified, your champion Sonnen Jr. goes to Shelly Wright with the senior kid. Our intermediate goes to Michaela Cornett with our intermediate kid. We are now ready for our group class. It's a junior get. I believe we have one.
Really nice single entry here in our Sonnen Junior Get of Sire. Really appreciate this substance of bone that we're seeing in these does today. Does here really strong, really excel in that dairy strength. Appreciate that body capacity they're seeing. Well deserving of a first place.
Winner of your Sonnen Get of Sire goes to Michaela Cornett. That completes our Sonnen show. We are now ready to start with our La Mancha Junior kids. La Mancha Junior kids, I believe we may have 6 in that class. 5, I apologize. We have 5 in that class. In the ring, we have our La Mancha Junior kids. We need our La Mancha Intermediate kids on deck, please. La Mancha Intermediate kids on deck.
This is our class of La Mancha junior kids, starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's more correct angulation to those rear legs today than we're seeing in the doe in two. And then in terms of that rump, she's showing us more levelness from hips to pins when she's on the move than the doe in two today. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width in that barrel today than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in three. She also has the advantage in body capacity, having more length to that barrel today than the doe in three. The doe in three over the doe in four for her advantage in general appearance, showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the rear than the doe in for today. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth and spring a rib in that barrel today than the doe in four. 4/5 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance, showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side than the doe here at the end of the line today. Also showing us more levelness from hips to pins in that doe here at the end of the line. Doe at the end of the line, I like to come in for that nice long lean neck we see.
First place for your La Mancha Junior Kid class goes to Mackenzie Adair. Second to Layla Eisberger. And third to Mackenzie Adair. We are now ready for our La Mancha Intermediate kids. La Mancha Intermediate kids.
Right, this is our class of intermediate La Mancha kids, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more smoothness of blending of that neck into those withers today than the doe here in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart today than the doe here in two. The doe in two over the doe in three for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correctness over that top line, more strength, particularly in that area of that chine today than the doe in three. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel today than the doe in three. Three over four in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's flatter from thurl to thurl in the rump than the doe here in four. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's got more openness of ribbing than the doe here in four over five. Close placing between this pair of two does very similar in type. However, today the doe here in four has the advantage in general appearance, showing more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side, being a little cleaner about the knees today than the doe here in five. Five over six for her advantage. Today in dairy strength. She's showing us a little more strength and substance of bone today than the doe here at the end of the line. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel, more width of barrel today than the doe at the end of the line. The doe at the end of the line, I'd like to commend for that nice, loose, pliable skin she has. Thank you.
In your La Mancha Intermediate class, first place goes to Shayna Eichberger, second to Faith Hitch, third to Layla Eichberger. We are now ready for our senior La Mancha kids. Senior La Mancha kids, please make your way into the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 2026 Kentucky State Fair Dairy Goat Show. I'd like to introduce our judge today, Miss Chelsea Sachs. She's been raising dairy goats for 27 years with her family in Middle Tennessee, specializing in Alpines and the La Mancha breed. Chelsea became a licensed judge in 2024 and has appreciated the opportunity to judge dairy goats across the country. We are lucky to have her here today as she's evaluating our La Mancha senior kid class.
a nice class of La Mancha senior kids, starting off with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more length of body today than the doe here in two. She's a little cleaner about those knees on those forelegs than the doe in two. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more length of barrel today than the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three. Her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's flatter from thorough to thorough, more level from hips to pins than the doe here in three today. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more spring of rib today than the doe in three. The doe in three over the doe in four for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the rear when they're on the move than the doe in four today. Just more open up into that escutcheon than the doe in four. The doe in four want to come in for that nice strength over that top line, particularly that chine. Thank you.
The winner in our senior kid class for the La Mancha breed goes to Shayna Eichberger, second to Shelley Wright, third to Layla Eichberger. We are now ready for our La Mancha dry yearlings. La Mancha dry yearlings. I think we have a pretty good size class, 12 or 13, so we'll probably have to work the whole ring. In the ring now, we have our dry yearling La Mancha class, one of our larger classes today. This breed of goat is a very dairy goat, but they're also known, if you're looking at them, for their lack of ears. This is not anything but a breed character for this doe as you see them across the barn. The ones without the ears are known as your La Mancha dairy goats.
All right, this is our class of our La Mancha Dry yearlings. A really beautiful class out here. Really appreciate the strength and wonderful quality of this class. You haven't made this job easy. Starting off with this doe here in one today, she has the advantage in general appearance, showing us more correct angulation to that rear leg today when viewed from the side than the doe here in two today. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's a little sharper about those withers, a little cleaner about that neck today than the doe here in two. The doe in two over the doe in three. In her turn, for her advantage in dairy strength, she's showing us more depth of flank today than we're seeing than the doe in two. She also has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little bit straighter on those forelegs today, a little bit tighter up into that front end assembly than the doe in three. The doe in three over the doe in four, in her turn for her advantage. In general appearance, she's stronger over that top line. When they're on the move than the doe here in four today. And then in terms of those rear legs, she's showing us a little more correct angulation when viewed from the side today than the doe in five. Five over six for her advantage in dairy strength. She's showing us a little more substance of bone today than the doe here in five. She also has the advantage in body capacity, showing us more depth of heart today than the doe, this black doe here in five. Five over six for her advantage in general appearance. In terms of rear legs, she's stronger on those rear pasterns today than this white doe behind her, and she's a little cleaner about the knees than this white doe here. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more length of barrel today than this doe here in six. Six over seven in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs, more width between the hocks today than this doe here in seven. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's got a longer, leaner neck today than this doe here in seven. Seven over eight in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe here in eight. She also has the advantage in dairy strength, having more openness of ribbing than the doe here in eight. Eight over the balance of the class. She just has more strength today overall in terms of feet and legs, top line, particularly that general appearance today than some of the does behind her. Thank you.
In your dry yearling La Mancha class, first place goes to Mackenzie Adair, second to Rodney Danowski, third to Rodney Danowski. We are now ready for our La Mancha Junior Grand. If we could get all first and second place animals back into the ring, please. First and second place. After those animals are chosen and tattoos verified, we will be having a group class of La Mancha Junior Get of Sire. Then we will start in our all other purebred class.
Right, this is our lineup for our Grand and Reserve La Mancha Juniors. Really appreciate the quality of animals that we've seen out here with these La Manchas from just top to bottom of these classes. So thank you to the exhibitors for that. Starting off with this junior kid down here, a doe who's really elegant, really correct on those feet and legs. Really appreciate the dairy strength that she's showing us today. Moving up to the senior kid, a kid who's showing us a lot of strength and substance of bone in terms of dairy strength, and really appreciate the angulation we're seeing to those rear legs. Senior kid up here who is really nice wedgie type shaped doe. Really appreciate that strength and general appearance that she's showing us. Really nice doe to see on the move. Moving up to our dry yearling up here, a doe who is so upstanding, really showing us a lot of strength in terms of general appearance. Doe who's very sharp and angular with a really nice wedgy dairy shape. For me today, I think the doe who's bringing it all together in terms of the scorecard with general appearance, dairy strength, body capacity, it's going to be this dry yearling today. Congratulations. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place doe. Another doe who is just very striking on the move. A doe who, in terms of general appearance, is very stylish. Really appreciate the strength we're seeing also in feet and legs, and she's going to be our reserve champion for those reasons. Congratulations.
Tattoos are verified. Your champion, La Mancha Junior Doe, goes to Mackenzie Adair with the dry yearling. Your reserve champion goes to Rodney Danowski with the second place dry yearling La Mancha. We're now ready to judge our group class junior get of sire for La Manchas. Then we will be starting with our AOP classes.
A really nice single entry here in our La Mancha Junior Get a Sire class. Does who are consistently showing us some really nice dairy strength, really long, lean, elegant necks on these does. Really appreciate the width we're seeing in those rumps today for these does who are well deserving of a first place. Thank you.
Winner of your junior get of sire goes to Shayna Eichberger. We are now ready to start our AOPs. In the ring now, we have our all other purebreds. This breed in the ring is an Oberhausley. We only have a single entry in the junior kid class. So we will need those senior kids to be on standby, please. Senior kids on standby.
Really nice single entry here in our AOP Junior Kids. Really admire the strength and general appearance we're seeing in this doe kid. Strength in feet and legs, correctness on those feet and legs, well deserving of a first place, and we'll see her back in the grand lineup.
Winner of your all other purebred junior kid class goes to Harriet Wilkins. We are now entering the ring with our senior kid all other purebreds. There are two entries.
Nice pair of Oberhausley does here in our senior AOP class, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in body capacity. She's showing us more depth into that barrel today than the doe in two. Then in terms of general appearance, she's showing us more levelness from hips to pins and that rump flatter from thurl to thurl than the doe in two today. Doe in two, I'm going to come in for that nice openness of ribbing we're feeling on her today.
In your senior kid, all other purebred class these were Oberhausley's. First place goes to Katie Jackson. Second to Katie Jackson. We are now ready for our all other purebred dry yearling. Since our classes for all other purebreds are really small, we will be starting with our Nigerian dwarfs. Those Nigerian dwarfs, if we can make our way to ringside, we will be doing our dry yearling class and then picking our junior champion, all other purebred. So we'll be getting those Nigerian dwarfs ready, please.
Really nice single entry here in our AOP dry yearlings. This Oberhausley doe, very striking and elegant on the move, very correct in terms of general appearance. Love the top line that we're seeing on this doe today, well deserving of a blue ribbon.
Winner of your dry yearling, all other purebred, is an Oberhausley belonging to Katie Jackson. We now need our first and second places back into the ring, please, for her to pick our champion, all other purebred dairy doe.
Right, this is our lineup for our AOP Grand and Reserve Junior Does. You can look out here and see these beautiful bay does. We're just all over Osley out here. Uh, really nice general appearance of dairy strength we're seeing on all these does out here. I think that today the doe who is showing us the most strength in those feet and legs, strength of that top line, coupled with dairy strength, as well as showing us some really nice body capacity, depth of barrel, spring of rib. That's going to be this dry yearling. She'll be our grand today. Congratulations. She was a single entry, so there's not a second place doe to bring in. And I'm going to go back here to our junior kid, doe who tracks around the ring really correctly on those feet and legs. Love the openness we're seeing between those hawks today. Well deserving of a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Okay, tattoos have been verified. Your all other purebred champion goes to Katie Jackson, reserved to Harriet Wilkins. We now in the ring have our breed Nigerian dwarf, the smallest breed of dairy goats that we have. Junior kids out in the ring, so they're being judged. If I could have those intermediate kids on standby, please.
Nice start off to our Nigerian Dwarf Junior show. Uh, really nice class of junior kids here, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side than the doe in two. And in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today than the doe in two. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. In terms of front end assembly, she's showing us more correct placement of those forelegs than the doe here in three. She's tighter at that point of elbow today when she's on the move than the doe in three. And then in terms of body capacity, showing us more depth of barrel, more spring of rib than the doe in three. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side today than the doe here in 4/5 in her turn for her advantage and general appearance, showing us more proper angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the rear today than the doe here at the end of the line. Doe at the end of the line. I'd like to commend for that strength and that top line today. Thank you.
First place in your Nigerian dwarf class goes to Montana Fed. Second to Montana Fed. Third to Jalen Wheeler. We're now ready for our intermediate kid Nigerian dwarfs. Also, please, a reminder, if you all can have your back tags on so we can tell who is who, if you can have those back tags, we greatly appreciate it.
Really nice class of intermediate Nigerian dwarf kids. Starting off with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little straighter on those forelegs today than the doe here in two. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us a little more openness of ribbing today than we're seeing in the doe in two. 2/3 in her turn. For her advantage, in body capacity, we're seeing more depth of heart, more width into that chest floor today than the doe in three. Then, in terms of general appearance, she tracks around the ring with a little more openness between the hocks today than the doe in three. 3/4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more levelness from hips to pins and that rump, flatter from thurl to thurl. Than this fourth place doe here, 4/5, and for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more strength in that top line, particularly in the area of the chine than the doe here in five. And then in terms of body capacity, showing us more depth of barrel, more spring of rib today than the doe here in six. 6/7 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than the doe here in seven. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today. 7/8 today for her advantage in dairy strength. She's got a longer, leaner neck, more open up into that flank today than the doe here in seven. 7/8 for her advantage in general appearance. She has more correct angulation in those rear legs when viewed from the side today than this eighth place doe. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little more depth of barrel than we're seeing in this eighth place doe. 8 over the balance of the class for her advantage in general appearance. She's a little stronger in her feet and legs, a little bit more upstanding than some of the does behind her today. Thank you.
Intermediate kid Nigerian dwarf goes to Montana Fed. Second to Montana Fed. We are now ready for our senior kid Nigerian dwarfs.
This is our senior Nigerian dwarf kid class, starting off with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more strength over that top line today, particularly in the area of the rump. She's flatter from thurl to thurl, more level from hips to pins than the doe in two today. And she's also straighter on those forelegs today than the doe in two. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today than the doe in two. 2/3 for her advantage and general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in three. She's also a little more naturally upstanding when she's on the move than the doe in three today. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more level from hips to pins in that rump today, and showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the rear than the doe here in for today. Once they start leaving, like, well, where am I? Who's on first? 4/5 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's more upstanding doe today than the doe here in five. And then in terms of body capacity, showing us a little more depth of heart today than this fifth place doe. 5/6 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side. She's straighter on those forelegs today than the sixth place doe. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's a longer, leaner neck than this sixth place doe today. 6/7 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little bit more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in seven. And in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth in that barrel, more spring of rib today than this black moon spotted doe at the end of the line. This moon spotted doe here at the end of the line, really want to commend for that nice width we're seeing in her rump today. Thank you.
Winner of your Nigerian Dwarf Senior Kid class goes to Mark Weir. Second is to Jalen Wheeler. Third to Jalen Wheeler. We are now ready for our dry yearlings. Once again, if you could please wear the correct back tag numbers, that way we can get them on ringside and know who you are and get your placings right so that you can get paid.
Alyssa Mitchell, you are needed in the ring.
A really nice class of Nigerian dwarf dry yearlings. Starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She's the advantage in general appearance. She's slightly more level from hips to pins and that rump, a little flatter from thurl to thurl than the doe in two. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us just a little bit more width into that chest floor today than the doe in two. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. She's straighter on those forelegs, cleaner about the knees than the doe in two. In terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of heart than the doe in three today. 3/4 for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger in that front end assembly today than the doe here in four. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little bit more depth of heart today than the doe in five. 5/6 for her advantage in general. 4/5. For her advantage in general appearance, she's a more naturally upstanding doe today than this doe here in six. And then in terms of dairy strength, showing us more openness of ribbing today, more openness up into that escutcheon than this sixth place doe's, fifth place doe. 5/6 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than this sixth place doe. Then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us a little more openness of ribbing today, a little longer, leaner neck, a little cleaner about that throat latch today than the doe here in six. 6/7 for her advantage in general appearance. When they're on the move, she is showing us more levelness from hips to pins and that rump today than the seventh place doe. And she's shown us more correct motion in that front end assembly today than the doe in seven. 7/8 for her advantage in dairy strength. She's a doe with a little longer bone pattern throughout than we're seeing in the doe here in 8 today. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us more length of neck, a little longer, leaner neck than the doe here in 8 today. Then 8 over the balance of the class, she's just showing us more correctness in general appearance, those feet and legs today than some of these does behind her. Thank you.
First place in your Nigerian dwarf dry yearling goes to Mark Weir. Second to Mark Weir. Third to Jalen Wheeler. I need all my first and second place animals back into the ring for Nigerian dwarf junior champion, please. In the ring now, we have our representatives, class winners and second places for the Nigerian Dwarf Breed Grand Champion, Junior Grand Champion. At the completion of this, and once we verify tattoos, we will be doing group classes. We have a couple, 3 junior Gedosire group classes in the Nigerian Dwarf, and then we will be moving into our Nubians.
This is our lineup for our Nigerian Dwarf Junior Grand and Reserve Champion. Starting off down here with this junior doe, a really stylish doe. Really like seeing this doe on the move. Very correct, dairy, elegant type doe. Moving up to our intermediate kid, a kid who is just really showing us strength in those feet and legs today. Really appreciate the body capacity that we're seeing with this kid. Moving up to our senior kid, doe, another doe who's really nice to see on the move. Really appreciate the strength in feet and legs. Beautiful top line that we're seeing on this doe today. As we move up to our dry yearling here, a doe who's very striking and elegant on the move. Love the top line, the strength of feet and legs. A doe just very strong in general appearance that we're seeing here today, coupled with some really nice dairy strength and body capacity. For me today, the doe who really is showing us the most strength and general appearance, particularly those feet and legs, that rump, really bringing it all together. It's going to be this dry yearling. She's going to be our grand champion. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place doe here. It's a really close placing between these two for me. Two does who are very similar in type, very correct on those feet and legs, very striking, elegant, dairy type does on the move. And it's for that reason that she will be my reserve champion. Congratulations. Right. This is our junior Get of Sire class for our Nigerian dwarfs out here. Starting off the class with this group here on my left, they're my first place. We're seeing a lot of consistency in general appearance, overall type today. This group here in the middle is going to be our second place Get of Sire. Again, with these group classes, we're looking for a lot of consistency in type here, and we're seeing again a lot of consistency in that general appearance, strength of feet and legs, very overall consistently dairy type group here in the middle. Our third place Get of Sire here on our right. Again, we're seeing a lot of strength in feet and legs, maybe not seeing quite as much consistency in dairy strength in this third place group here, but a group that is a very elegant group of does. Thank you.
We have finished our Nigerian dwarf classes. We need our Nubians to ringside, please. We need Nubian junior kids to ringside. In the ring now, we have our Nubian junior kids. Nubian junior kids are being shown currently. We need those intermediate Nubian kids to the makeup ring.
This is our class of junior Nubian does, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more strength over that top line, particularly in the area of the chine today, than the doe in two. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us more openness of ribbing today than the doe in two and three. A little more close placing here between these two. But the doe in two today has a slight advantage in general appearance. She's a little straighter on those forelegs today than the doe in three. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us a little, she's a little neater about that throat latch today than the doe in three. The doe in three want to come in for that nice openness up into the escutcheon.
First place in your junior kid Nubian goes to Penny Highbarger, second to Penny Highbarger, and third to Penny Highbarger. We are now ready for our Nubian intermediate kids. Nubian intermediate kids to ringside, please. We will need those senior kids, senior Nubian kids to the makeup ring.
This is our class of intermediate Nubian juniors, starting off the class with this doe and one here, doe who, when they're on the move, is more level over that top line than the doe here in 2 today. She's also flatter from thurl to thurl in that rump. And then in terms of dairy strength, the doe who, when you put your hands on her, is more open in that rib today than the doe in 2. 2 over 3 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's stronger on those feet and legs today, straighter on those forelegs, showing us more proper angulation to those rear legs than the doe in 3. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of rib, more depth of barrel, more spring of rib than the doe in 3. 3 over 4 for her advantage in general appearance, though she does yield some strength to the rear pasterns to that 4th place doe. She's showing us, however, more proper levelness in that rump, more strength over that top line than the doe here in 4. The doe in 4 like to come in for that nice openness of ribbing.
First place in our Nubian intermediate kid class goes to Penny Highbarger, second to Penny Highbarger, and third to Legacy Nubians. We are now ready for our Nubian senior kid class. Nubian senior kids to the ring, please. Can we get those dry yearling Nubians on deck? Dry yearling Nubians on deck, please.
This is our class of senior Nubian kids, starting off with this doe here in 1 today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks her on the ring
little bit more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe in 2. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth of barrel, more spring of rib than the doe in 2. 2/3 in her turn for her advantage and general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side. She's more level over that rump today than the doe in 3. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth and width into that chest floor today than the doe in 3. 3/4 for her advantage and general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side, more correct angulation up into that stifle today than the doe in 4. Then in terms of dairy strength, she's showing us more openness of ribbing today than the doe here in 4. Doe in 4, I want to come in for that nice breed character about the head.
Currently in the ring, we have our dry yearling for the Nubian breed. At the completion of this, I'll need all my first and second place class winners back in for our champion Nubian.
All right, a fun class of Nubian dry yearlings here, starting off the class with this doe here in 1. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's showing us more strength over that top line today. We're seeing in the doe here in 2. She's also straighter on those forelegs. And in terms of body capacity, a doe who's who's deeper and wider into that chest floor today than the doe into 2 over 3. In her turn, for her advantage in general appearance, when they're on the move, she shows us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side than the doe here in 3. Then in terms of dairy strength, she's just showing us a slightly longer bone pattern throughout than the doe in 3. 3 over 4 for her advantage. In general appearance, a doe who's more naturally uphill than the doe here in 4. And then in terms of dairy strength, a doe who's a little bit more open today than the doe here in 4. 4 over 5 for her advantage. In general appearance, when she tracks around the ring, she tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs today than the doe here in 5. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more length of barrel, more spring of rib today than the doe in 5. 5 over 6 for her advantage in general appearance. She shows us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than this doe here in 6. And then in terms of dairy strength, she just a little more open whenever you get your hands on her than this doe in 6. 6 over 7 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. A doe who's showing us more strength over that top line today, particularly in the area of the chine than the doe here in 7. And then in terms of body capacity, a doe who's showing us a little bit more depth of heart today than the 7th place doe. 7 over 8 for her advantage in general appearance. When they're on the move, this doe levels off more from hips to pins on that rump than the doe here in 8. And then in terms of dairy strength, she's more open in that ribbing today than the doe in 7. 7 over 8 for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs today and more openness up into that escutcheon than this 9th place doe. 9th place doe, I want to commend for that nice breed character about the head.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, your placings in your dry yearling Nubian class. First is to Faith Hitch. Second is to Penny Heiberger. Third is to Penny Heiberger. Now, if we can get all of our first and second place animals from their respective classes back into the ring, we will pick our champion Nubian. After that, I don't know if we've got any group classes or not, so we will check on that.
This is our lineup for our Nubian Grand and Reserve Junior Doe, starting off with our junior doe here at the tail of the line. Doe who's really elegant on the move, really love that nice breed character about the head. A doe who's really open and angular. Moving up to our intermediate kid, a doe who's very correct on those feet and legs. Really love the strength we're seeing over that top line today. Doe who is also, very dairy and angular. Moving up to our senior kid here, a doe who really appreciate the strength and general appearance we're seeing, particularly that rear leg angulation that we're seeing. Really appreciate the body capacity we're seeing in this doe today without being, overly mature. Moving up to our dry yearling here, a doe who's very striking in side profile, a doe who is very correct in general appearance, nice doe to watch on the move, powerful doe who's not overly coarse, a doe who's still, pretty dairy type doe. For me today, I think that the doe who's really bringing it all together in terms of the scorecard with that general appearance, really well balanced doe in terms of the scorecard. It's going to be this yearling here. She'll be our grand today. Congratulations. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place dry yearling, doe who, again, is very striking and elegant on the move. Really appreciate the strength in feet and legs. We're seeing that nice, long, dairy, elegant neck. However, she's maybe not showing us quite as much strength in that top line today as some of these younger does behind her. It's for that strength over the top line, strength in feet and legs, coupled again with body capacity, dairy strength, just overall all categories of the scorecard. Our senior kid here will be my reserve champion. Congratulations.
Currently in the ring, we have our Toggenburg breed. These are senior kids. Just to let the exhibitors know, we do not have very many Toggenburg kids, maybe one or two more. So I need those recorded grades to be making their way to the ringside, please. Recorded grades to ringside.
Nice pair of does here in our senior Toggenburg kid class, starting off with the doe in one. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's more level from hips to pins over that rump, flatter from thurl to thurl. Then in terms of body capacity, a doe who's just wider and deeper into that chest floor today than the doe in two. Doe in two, want to come in for that nice openness up into that escutcheon. Thank you. Nice pair of Toggenburg dry yearlings here, starting off with the doe in one today. She has the advantage in dairy strength. She's got a longer, leaner neck than the doe in two. She's cleaner about that thigh today than the doe in two. And then in terms of general appearance, she's showing us a little more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today when they're on the move than the doe in two. The doe in two want to come in for that really nice body capacity we're seeing today.
Toggenburg Dry Yearling first place goes to Jessica Diamond, second to Michaela Cornett. We need those senior kids back in, please, for Champion Tog.
This is our lineup for our Toggenburg Junior Grand and Reserve. Two very nice does out here in our first place winners, starting off with this senior kid here, a doe who's very correct on those feet and legs. Really appreciate that nice dairy silhouette we're seeing today with that nice, long, elegant, lean neck. Moving up to our dry yearling here, a doe who's very correct on those feet and legs. Really appreciate the top line, the levelness of and width of that rump today, the correctness up into that front end as well. It's for that advantage and correctness of that front end assembly that our dry yearling will be the grand today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we bring in the second place dry yearling, doe who is very striking on the move, very elegant, just maybe not showing us as much dairy strength as this younger kid back here behind her today. And as for that advantage in dairy strength, we'll be using the senior kid as our reserve grand. Congratulations.
As we're verifying our paperwork for our Toggenbergs, if we can get those recorded grades ready, recorded grades to the makeup ring.
really nice class of intermediate recorded grade does here. Starting off with this doe here in 1, she has the advantage today. In body capacity, she's showing us more length of barrel today, more depth into that heart today than the doe in 2. Then in terms of dairy strength, she's more open in that ribbing when you get your hands on her, and then that second place doe. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs than the doe in 3. She also has more strength over that top line, particularly in the area of the chine, than the doe in 3. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's naturally a more upstanding doe right now than the doe here in 4. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little more depth into that heart today than the doe in 4. The doe in 4 want to come in for that really nice strength and substance of bone that we're seeing today.
First place in our recorded grade intermediate kid goes to Caitlin Kreider, second to Mackenzie Nayhouse, and third to Shelley Wright. In the recorded grade, we are now ready for our senior kids. Senior kid recorded grades.
This art class of recorded grade senior kids, starting off with the doe in first here. She has the advantage in general appearance. She has more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side today, and she's a little stronger in that top line, particularly in the chine today, than the doe here in two. The doe in two over the doe in three, in her turn for her advantage in dairy strength. She's more open in those ribs today than the doe in three. Then in terms of body capacity, she's got a longer barrel today than the doe in three. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's got more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than the doe in four. And then in terms of dairy strength, a doe who's a little more open whenever you get your hands on her than the doe in four. 4/5 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those four legs today than this La Mancha type doe behind her. And then she's a little flatter from thurl to thurl when you get your hands on her today than this fifth place doe. 5/6 for her advantage in general appearance. Whenever she's on the move, she's more level from hips to pins in that rump than this black doe behind her today. She's a little cleaner about the knees on those four legs today as well. The black La Mancha doe over this white La Mancha type doe behind her is for her advantage in general appearance. She's a little stronger on those rear pasterns today when they're on the move than this seventh place doe. And then in terms of dairy strength, showing us more openness of ribbing than this seventh place doe. 7/8 for her advantage in general appearance. A doe who's more naturally upstanding today than this eighth place doe behind her. The eighth place doe over the balance of the class. A doe who's just showing us a little more correctness in general appearance, particularly when she's on the move, than the does behind her today. Thank you.
In a recorded grade senior kid class, first place goes to Jessica Diamond, second to Debbie Haberlin, and third to Caitlin Kreider. We're now ready for our dry yearling recorded grades. Dry yearling recorded grades to the ring, please.
This is our class of recorded grade dry yearlings. Really nice quality in this class. Really appreciate all of the differences of type that we're seeing out here today. It's always interesting with recorded grades. You never know what you'll get. The doe here in first today has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us a little strength over that top line when they're on the move, a less tendency to roach into that loin today than the doe in two. Then in terms of smoothness of blending, that neck is blending more smoothly into those withers today than the doe here in two. 2/3 at her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring with a little bit more width between the hocks when viewed from behind than the doe in three. And then in terms of body capacity, we're just seeing more length of body overall than the doe in three. 3/4 in her turn for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from the side today. More correct angulation up into that stifle than this fourth place doe. The fourth place doe or the fifth place doe today for her advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today. And then in terms of body capacity, more width into that chest floor today than this fifth place doe. The fifth place doe want to come in for that nice openness of ribbing, that spring of rib. Thank you.
Recorded yearling, a recorded grade dry yearling class, first place to Kevin Kinney, second to Faith Hitch, third to Katie Jackson. If we can get our first and second place animals for the recorded grade breed back in, we will be able to pick our grand champion, recorded grade and reserve.
This is our lineup for our recorded grade junior grand and reserve, starting off back here with our intermediate kids, since there were not any junior kids, who really appreciate that nice, long, elegant neck that she has. Appreciate the angulation to those rear legs. Moving up to our senior kid, who's very strong in general appearance, especially those rear legs. Really appreciate the angulation to those rear legs, the openness between the hocks that we're seeing, and in this senior kid. Moving up to our dry yearling, a really powerful doe who is still also very dairy, very elegant doe to watch whenever she's on the move. I think that she's showing us a little more strength and front end assembly today in terms of general appearance than some of these younger does behind her. And it's for that she will be our grand champion today. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place dry yearling. It's a very competitive class with the dry yearlings. Like I said, a lot of differences in type that we saw there, but still a doe who's very strong in general appearance, really strong in those feet and legs, a doe who's very strong in front end assembly whenever she's on the move, and a doe who's very dairy in type. So I'm going to be staying in this dry yearling class for my reserve grant. Congratulations.
All right, we verified tattoos. Your champion recorded grade goes to Kevin Kinney. Your reserve to Faith Hitch. We are now ready for our group class recorded grade and then move into Sables.
Really nice group of La Mancha type does in our recorded grade. Junior get of sire, some does who are really nice to get your hands on, very consistently angular, open type does, and appreciate the consistency we're seeing in strength in feet and legs as well. Well deserving of a first place.
Congratulations to Caitlin Kreider for her winning group junior get. We are now ready to start with our Sable breed. Junior kids, Sables to the ring, please. the ring now we have our breed, Sable breed. These are our junior kids of the Sable breed. Once we finish with the Sable, we'll take a few minutes and let you get your champion. At a or a reserve, not or banner up and sign the ROA so we can do the best in show when we get complete.
This is our class of junior Sable kids starting off the class with this doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those rear legs today. More width between the hocks than the doe in two. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us a little more depth of barrel today than we're seeing in the doe in two. The doe in two over the doe in three for her advantage in general appearance. She's deeper in that heel today, more correctly angulating those rear legs than the doe in three. She's also showing us a little more dairy strength today, a little more openness of ribbing when you get your hands on her. And then the third place doe here, I'd like to come in for that just tremendous length of body we're seeing with her today. Thank you.
Sable junior kid placing for the first class. Third to Michaela Cornett. We are now ready for our intermediate Sable kids.
So our class of intermediate sable kids, starting off with the doe here in 1 today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's more level from hips to pins in that rump than the doe here in 2. She's also more correctly angulated in those rear legs when viewed from the side. Then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more depth to that barrel today than the doe in 2. 2/3 for her advantage in general appearance. She tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs than the doe in 3. And then in terms of body capacity, she's showing us more spring of rib and more openness to that ribbing in terms of dairy strength. 3/4, closer placing here between these two. But the doe here in 3, showing us a little more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than the doe in 4, and a little more levelness from hips to pins than that 4th place doe today. 4th place doe, I'd like to come in for that nice depth of barrel today. Nice pair of senior sable does here today. Starting off the line with this doe here in first. She has the advantage today in general appearance. She's a little stronger over that top line, particularly when they're on the move, than the doe here in 2. She also a little stronger in that front end assembly, tighter at that point of elbow today than the doe in 2. The doe in 2 gonna come in for that nice rear leg angulation.
First place for the Sable Senior Kid class goes to Debbie Haberlin. Second to Michaela Cornett. We are now ready for our dry yearling sables. Dry yearling sables, please.
This is our class of sable dry yearlings, starting off with the doe here in one today. She has the advantage in general appearance. She's showing us more correct angulation to those rear legs when viewed from behind today than the doe in two. She also tracks around the ring a little more correctly on those forelegs than the doe in two. The doe in two, I want to come in for that nice width we're seeing in her rump today.
First place in your Sable Dry Yearling class goes to Debbie Haberlin. Second to Michaela Cornett. We now need all of our first and second place sables back in so we can pick champion sable.
Right, this is our lineup for our Sable Junior Grand and Reserve. Starting back here with our junior kid, a doe who I really admire the general appearance, particularly the angulation to those rear legs that we're seeing today with this junior kid. Really nice doe on the move. Our intermediate kid up here, just ahead of the line from her, really a very stylish doe on the move, a doe who in terms of dairy strength really has that nice wedge type profile to her, and a doe who's very strong in general appearance. Really appreciate the angulation to those rear legs and the way that she tracks around the ring on those forelegs today. Moving up to our senior kid, another doe who I really admire the angulation to those rear legs that we're seeing today. Really appreciate the length of body that we're seeing with her. Doe who's also very strong in dairy strength. Really appreciate that nice openness of ribbing when you get your hands on her. Moving up to our dry yearling here. Another doe who, again, strong in those feet and legs. I sound like a broken record, but it's what we're looking for in our junior does. Here is very big on general appearance since they don't really have mammaries yet, of course. But yeah, this doe here, a doe who is very stylish on the move, really appreciate the depth of body that we're seeing with her, and a doe who's again excels in dairy strength. For me today, I think that the doe who really excels in general appearance. Particularly, it's in those forelegs. Whenever she tracks around the ring, it'll be the intermediate kid who will be our grand today. Congratulations. So we bring in the second place intermediate kid, another doe who's very strong in all three areas of the scorecard. However, maybe not showing quite as much strength and general appearance today as some of the does out here in the lineup. It's for that advantage and strength and general appearance, that front end assembly, that our senior kid will be my reserve champion. Congratulations.
Really nice single entry here in our Sable Get of Sire. Really appreciate the dairy strength that we're seeing consistently across all three of these kids from three different dams, and the strength in feet and legs that we're seeing, well deserving of a blue ribbon today. Thank you.
As we're getting our junior does ready and lined up for Best in Show, we'll start there in just a few minutes. I need one more signature on the ROA, and then we can bring these junior does into the ring. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Kentucky State Fair Junior Dairy Goat Show. What we have coming into the ring right now are the breed champions of their respective breeds that have shown today. Today, with the Alpine breed, we have Hope Hitch. With the Sonnen breed, we have McKenna Wright. For the La Mancha breed, we have Mackenzie Adair. For the all other purebreds, Katie Jackson. Nigerian Dwarf, Mark Ware. Nubian, Ava Walker. Toggenburg, Jessica Diamond. Recorded Grade, Kevin Kinney. And the Sable, Faith Hitch.
All right, this is our lineup for our best junior doe and show here at the Kentucky State Fair. Thank you again for having me out here. Really appreciate it. Really enjoy the quality that we've been seeing with all of the animals today. So thank you to the exhibitors for that. Just some really lovely junior does here. Starting back here at the tail of the line, we'll start with our sable champion here, doe who is very three-dimensional, doe who has a lot of depth of body when viewed from the side and from the top. I think it's important that animals be three-dimensional. We see them so often in pictures that we can forget about that third dimension. Doe who's also very strong in those feet and legs. Moving up to our recorded grade doe here ahead of her, a really powerful, balanced doe who balances that power with a lot of dairy strength as well. Really appreciate the body capacity that we're seeing with this doe today. Moving up to our Toggenburg doe, doe who's really strong in general appearance, correct on those feet and legs. Really appreciate the nice dairy strength that we're seeing in her. Lovely, long, elegant neck. Moving up to our Nubian doe here, another doe who's so well balanced, I think, between power and yet still a very dairy, stylish, elegant doe. Really beautiful doe to watch on the move. And again, similar in kind, moving up to our Nigerian dwarf, another doe who is just really breathtaking to see on the move. That nice correctness of that front end assembly. Doe who's just very strong in that general appearance. Doe who's also very dairy, especially whenever you get your hands on her. Moving up to our AOP, this Oberhausley doe here. Again, another doe who is just so nice to watch on the move, particularly that general appearance. A very nice level doe with a lot of strength and general appearance. Love the angulation to those rear legs whenever she's on the move. Very stylish doe. Moving up to our La Mancha doe here, another doe that is so powerful and yet so dairy. In terms of general appearance, I think that she is just so upstanding. Really appreciate the length that we're seeing in that rump today, the width of that rump. Very elegant La Mancha doe. Our Saanen kid up here. Another doe who really excels in general appearance. Doe who is very elegant to watch on the move. Very nice feet and legs on this doe. Beautiful head that she has. And finally, up here at the head of our line, our Alpine doe. A doe who, kind of similar to one at the other end of the line, a doe who's really nice in that third dimension. Whenever you're looking at her, she has a lot of depth and width throughout, and really appreciate the angulation to those rear legs that we're seeing today. I think that whenever we're looking at the scorecard as a whole, in terms of general appearance, body capacity, dairy strength, there's a doe who just really puts it together as far as really excelling in all three categories today, and that's going to be the Nigerian. She's going to be our best in show. Congratulations.
Attention exhibitors, spectators, our best in show goes to the Nigerian dwarf, Mark Ware. That concludes our show for today, and we hope to see you all back 9 o'clock in the morning.